ready to curl? What weight do I Back 8 weight. Oh, yep, then. Back line. Back line, yes, for sure. Back line hack. Whoa. 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 Great shot. Little last. Yeah, top 3. 3. Gotta get it right here. All right. Gotta go hard. You don't want it? Get that over. Really choppy out here. Gotta get that over. All the way. No, I totally would have done it. I didn't want it. Do you have this? About the same stone. There we go. Nice shot, Nate. I don't think mine will. I go a little less. Basically dead nose, right? Yeah, touch, probably touch. Sweet! committed now. That's good. It's fine. Oh, I think it might be hot. Oh, it's really deep. We're over. You don't need my permission to make a guard out of it. We're over. Seven. 7, 8. Besides, definitely slower, Roland. Yeah. Yeah, but we played one shot. Eyes don't look fast.
A very pleasant good morning and welcome to the Bucks County Curling Club for the 2023 His and Hers Bonspiel. It's a gloomy day here in Warminster. 70 degrees and cloudy, and forecasts only get to be 75. So what better reason to hunker down with your favorite beverage of your choosing to warm yourself up and watch some curling. Featuring Sheet B today, these are all first event games we're playing right now. We have from Bucks County Curling Club, Team Mahoney, Chris Mahoney, Mark O'Donnell, that's many beers O'Donnell, Jim Fannin, and Roland Gerritsen Vanderhoop, versus the squad from Rochester. That's skipped by Brian Root. His vice is Mark Strassner. Second is Bill Huff, and his lead is Ken Birkbeck. It was a score of 3 with hammer for Bucks County. They are throwing the red stones here on Sheet B in the first end. So here's Rochester. They are throwing the blue stones. They have hammer. That's the last stone advantage. I mean, they get to throw the last stone of the end. And this will be Bill Huff. Bill being asked to draw around those center guards. Just a little lighter than they would have hoped for. It's going to end up short of the house. We do have 4 sheets of action happening right now. On sheet A, we have Plainfield, Janice Langyanke versus Michelle Sheffer. On sheet C, we have Mark Zakin from Nutmeg against Alex Leichter from Broomstones. And on sheet D, we have Emily Anderson from Philadelphia versus the Plainfield squad, which is being skipped today by, let's see here. And Plainfield squad is skipped by Sim McIsaac. Each of those feeds are available on the Bucks County Curling Club channel. We have a video live stream for each one of our sheets all weekend long. And we are watching the chat. If anybody has any comments or questions, especially if you're new to curling and maybe you're watching your friends and have a question as to what this silly game of ours means. Anyone who played it long enough, we will profess to you that it is indeed a stupid game. But we play it anyway because there's beer. So we have back here on sheet B, we have one undercover for Bucks. Brian from Rochester is going to ask Mark Strasner to throw a little tap-tap on their own bluestone to push back the Red Bucks County counting rock. Now rocks count if they're closest to the center of the rings at the conclusion of an end. The rings are 12 feet in diameter. No, every rock is worth just one. The color of the rings and the distance from the middle doesn't impact the scoring. Scored much in a similar fashion to bocce. That one does go through the house, the pan area, and beyond the back line, so that will be removed from play. And Chris is going to ask his vice and my longtime broadcast partner, Many Beers O'Donnell, to throw a guard. Many Beers elects for the less, somewhat obscure monkey on a surfboard delivery method. But whatever works for him. And it worked just fine. It's going to be a perfect guard, so whether it's a monkey or a squirrel on that surfboard, as long as the rock ends up where it needs to be, you're in good shape. Now with that side well covered, Rochester's going to move to the other side of the sheet, try to get their counters. One could elect to start to open things up a little bit. That wouldn't be a bad call. But 3 rocks to come. There's still plenty of time to draw them under for himself to be counters. This one is going to wick just a little bit. I think they felt like it had a little too much weight. That does have the benefit of opening things up, but the only issue is you open it up for your competition. Now, Chris and Many Beers are both sporting loudmouth banana pants. They exchanged memos earlier this morning while Mark was recovering. Now they're waving and saying hello. It was a long evening last night at the club, and I understand in the lobby of the hotel later. Jimmy says it's at the tee line. Sweeping it now to try to hold the line. Line's good, it's all there. Now is the weight right? They're going to keep on pounding it, Jimmy and rolling. It comes up just a little bit short. Those matching pants are really going to mess with me. Now both Mark and Chris will not wear the same pants. Pair of pants more than once in a Bonspiel. So be interested to see if they can keep this level of coordination up. So if you're looking here, you see them taking a look at assessing the shot. They're considering what we would call a slash double. Now, the overhead shot makes that shot look far more possible than the head-on does. In real life, that shot just doesn't look like it's there, and they're realizing that and try to drop an alternate way to the house, maybe off their own. You could play in off your own there, so basically would throw the stone and wick off the inside of the blue. You could still throw a draw, meaning just a finesse shot, and curl around that red. Our ice does swing enough to be able to get a stone to shot rock from there. Shot rock being the stone closest to the center. Or if you want to look on the right side of the webcast as you're looking at it, you could play the red onto the blue, onto the red. It is pretty straight back, and that would allow you to get in there. So there's a variety of options for Rochester. Unfortunately, none of them are necessarily good. We have our next draw starting to slowly trudge on in here. So this is the first of two skip rocks for Brian Root. Looks like they're trying to play the in-off here. I think they may have waited just a hair too long. They're not going to get any deflection. Now you want to leave it above the tee line so you can try to use it, and Mark's going to try to pull it back. I don't think that stone is still usable anymore. They're trying to see if it's there. I don't think you get enough of the 4 foot if you come off of that right now to count. I still think that the draw is probably the best option remaining for Rochester at the moment. All right. Here's a shot for Chris Mahoney. Chris is looking to remove that blue stone so they can't use it. Now, it's important to roll off here because if you don't roll off, you're going to give them an angle. Better to miss it and just get a little piece of it. Oh. Yeah, he was just a little bit outside there. So, going to try that in off again to score one. They took a little bit more ice. They say it's got more weight. It needs to curl up a little bit. Needs to curl more than that, guys. That would not be sweeping. Just not going to get over there. And it will indeed be a steal and one for Bucks County. So after 2 ends of play here on sheet B, it is 4-0. Taking a look around the ice shed right now with some game updates. We have Janice Lang-Yankee with a 4-0 lead over Michelle Sheffer and her squad. So that's 4-0 Plainfield over Bucks after 2 ends. And we have Philadelphia 3-1 over Plainfield on sheet D. That's Team Emily Pinelli for Philadelphia. And on sheet C, we have a single point posted right now for Nutmeg over Alex Lecter, but Alex did score the last set. I just don't know how many. So it's at worst tied after 2 there. And back home with us, we have our first rock going up for Nutmeg. It is full 4. Roland Gerritsen Vanderhoop, the lead for Team Bucks County. Roland throws a decent hit. He's not your typical lead here. They are on it hard. It's a proper weight. The line looks good. Now just don't want to jam. And it clears over the top by just the whisker. And that's a good rock there. Roland's saying right now, I had that the whole time. There was no doubt whatsoever. How dare you doubt me? So now looking to freeze down to the Bucks County Stone is Rochester and Ken Birkbeck on the lead rocks. This line is really good. It's just the weight looks a skosh heavy. It's a skosh, a bit, and now a tad too heavy. So that is all the way to the back 12. Going to ask him to throw top 8, top 4 is okay. The only thing you really wouldn't want to do is come all the way down to it. But as Chris just said, it's not terrible to freeze on their own. Jim Fannin, also referred to as Fim Jannon or Jimothy, out of the left-hander's hack. This one looks a little narrow off of his broom, and they're trying to hold it and drag it. Trying to get in to be second shot because that's as good of a guard as any. That's going to be right to the top of the button. So that's not bad at all. Many viewers is complaining about the yelling. Volume is not Mark's friend right now. So here's Bill the second for Rochester. They're looking to pick off the top one here. Going to work one at a time. Double takeouts available, but this way leaves a little bit more room for error. And they're going to be happy they did that because they're going to get the back one when they're shooting for the front one. And it's going to skitter behind the Bucks County stand. So that kind of is keyed up and laid up on a silver platter here for Jim Fannin. Chris electing to throw a guard here. Could make the case up 3 that hitting right into the red and sitting 2 that way wouldn't be bad, but this is also very good. Being very aggressive, trying to score every end and get many beers some coffee or beer. So you hear them indicating what the weight is. They're saying 2-3. Now they say at least 4, so that means I think it's at least in the 12-foot. So we'll count together now. There's 4, there's 5, there's 6, and there's 7. So it's Buck sitting shot. They're sitting 1-3. Rochester sitting second. I would be really tempted if I'm Rochester to slash off those two reds right now. I think if you catch just the outside of it, they'll go right over the top of the blue and wham bam, they're all gone. But they're going to take this more measured approach. And kind of unintended consequence there, removing their own one in the back. They kind of liked that one, and it's not there anymore. So it's Buck sitting shot. Rochester's second. Now they can elect for the center guard or split the house and put the force on. We're going to stick with the center guard. A little bit of an easier shot to execute because there's a lot of good that can come here. So surf's up and Mark is away with it. I think it's light off its hand. It's moving really nice for a line, so this is all about working the line right now. They're off it because it's going to curl. It's going to serve to be a somewhat effective guard. The stone is half exposed on the right-hander side. I'd like to thank all 12 of you who are watching right now. We're going to call the Nielsen Company and make sure that we're getting listed properly. All right. The call here from Rochester is to freeze down the shot stone and tap it back just a little bit. Trying to build an end without guards of their own, which is always difficult. This is quite aggressive because you need to make it. Now the line looks good. It's all about the weight now. It walks its way over, but being just 6 feet too heavy, preventing it from getting that extra curl I needed. So that leaves Bucks County sitting directly on the lid with 2 more in there for Rochester. So calling for the top 8. They think the weight's pretty similar, so therefore they're sweeping. I think they're going to be able to drag this one. Jimmy sweeping very hard. Roland is there for emotional support. And they make it all the way down to the shot rock. Well swept. Of course, that was all Roland. Roland actually just admitted to it on the ice. He said, "I'm just giving some guidance and support." Whereas Jimmy just turned 5 shades of purple. Now Rochester's going to have to bail out here and peel this guard. Peel to run it back. You got to get something moving. And it will be a straight peel and expose the shot stones. Jimmy's still sucking wind. So his solution for that is to suck on some Miller Lite. It tastes great and less filling. So Chris Mahoney looking to throw the guard back up here. It is a 4-0 lead currently for Bucks here. They like the weight. They say it's 2. That means it's going to be about halfway between the hog line and the top of the house. I think it's a little hotter than that. Mark doesn't want him to touch it at all. Good line call by Mark O'Donnell there to call off the dogs from sweeping. There is still a port there. It's narrow, but it certainly is there. This is the kind of shot that Skip's got to make to pick up his team here. If Brian can do this, he'll get at least one moving. Don't think he'll be able to get the shot stone to move. Adjusting the broom. Calling it relatively tight. I'd expect this to come with all due alacrity. I think he started this one outside just a little bit. And now they're going to go plan B into a run back. Complete plan B here. Oh, just over the top. Yeah, that one just on his little bit of a positive release, pushed it out some. They tried to manage into a secondary shot, and the object stone went just a little bit over the top. So the guard is the order of the day here for Chris Mahoney, and the way he's shaking his head, either he's hungover or he regrets paying too much for his muffler. Chris Mahoney, final stone and number 3 for Bucks County. All right. They say it's got a curl. All right, now it's taking the curl. They're going to drag it as far as they can. The further they can go, the better. Fanning and rolling, rolling and fanning, and they get to a pretty acceptable point there. If you could ever skinny the top guard, I think you got a shot. Probably still jam the one stone on. If you had to score 2 points right now, I think your only way is what he's looking at to run the vice is looking at is to run the red in. You run that red stone the vice is standing by right now, and you catch the right-hand side of the stone in the forefoot. which will cause both the object stone and the two stones biting the button to go flying off to Never Never Land. Problem is, with this speed, about 14-foot run, you have about 1/8 of an inch to hit this on the front stone. So, but down 4-0, you need a big time shot, and this will be it. Here we go. Brian Root with his final. That's got a curl. It is outside and out of the way. Steal a 2 red. After 3 ends, it's 6-0 Bucks County. All right, so 6-0 here on our feature game after 3 ends. Taking a look at some of the other action here. Plainfield stole another one against Bucks. It's 5-0 there. After 2 posted ends, they're playing the 4th on sheet C. It's 2-1 in favor of Alex Leichter from Broomstones over Nutmeg. And it is Plainfield holding a 4-3 lead over Pinelli after 3 ends. All those games are available on their separate channels. Back here in our featured game, we're just in Blue Rock elimination mode. All right, now they're going to try to draw under or maybe hit and roll. We have rescue beers being poured on sheet B here. So they have a pitcher or draw weight has been delivered to them. That stone is picked off nicely by Jimmy Fannin. Now Brian's going to ask Bill to nestle on in here. You want to come with a gentle weight. That's sufficiently gentle. Now is the line correct? It's coming in. It's going to be really close. Needs to be close to the guard. All right, it's going to make the hit and lie exposed. So surf's up. It's time for Mark to get on his surfboard and throw a shot. Line looks good. Normal down's the call. We just need Jimmy and Roland to hold it. They're going to get the hit, and it's going to roll off the rings, but that's not necessarily a problem with a 6-0 lead. Was a steal one for Alex Lechter in the third end, so he's up 3-1 after 3. That one's in the house. You're going to ask Many Beers to dispatch of it. This one looks to be just a skosh outside. Jimmy's going to amuse himself and try to directionally sweep it. Many Beers doesn't take the direction very well, and neither do his stones. So one in the 4-foot and a little ray light for Rochester to get their legs under them. They were delivered a pitcher or draw weight by their supporters. Might have been just what the doctor ordered. This looks a little bit heavy. It's going to come in contact with their rock, and it will shimmy right through the house. So one square undercover behind the tee line. Asking how much you can see it. And Roland says, I could see it very little. So we're going to peel the guard. The good thing is Chris says he likes the shot, so we're in good shape. Chris Mahoney first skip rock at number 4. Alex Lecter just made a shot on sheet C like he plays at Nationals or something like that. So there's one in the house. You definitely want to protect that, but at the same time you want to try to generate another counter. So you're probably going to throw one just nibbling the top of the 12-foot now and hope for a miss out of your opponent to score 3. You want to make sure you get 2 here. So you're down 4, you still have half the game left. It's by no means over. All right, they're on this one. They like the weight. I like the weight. It's going to be right down to theirs. So I have a feeling that Chris is just going to wind and fire at this one. He's going to come at it with the clockwise rotation. As we call the intern. Laurel ups the call. They got to go. That is really taking the break. Gonna get one. Are you gonna get the second one? There's one, and there is 2. And through the house it goes. Well thrown by Chris Mahoney with that double takeout. So now if you're Rochester here, you're down by 6. You have the hammer. I almost think you have to put one on the board. It's as much as you like keeping the hammer the last rock advantage. Starting to run out of ends on the scoreboard. So we'll see what the call is here. They're lined up as if they're going to hit. Let's see if they intend to stick. Oh boy, you got to hit it first, boys. You got to hit it first, boys. Okay, they got the hit, they got the stick. And to score 1. And the crowd shouted, hooray. Halfway through the game, it's 6 Swan Bucks. It's all tied up on D between Philly and Plainfield. And over another ladies' game, we have Michelle Sheffer being forced to a single point here. It needs to draw a full 4-foot to get her team on the board. Can't hurt it. It's got to be there. And Amy and Lindsay did get that draw there, so it's a single point for Bucks County. It's 5-1 on sheet A. And it was a single point for Nutmeg on sheet C, so it's 3-2 in favor of Broomstones halfway through. A couple good matches. Couple good matches for sure. And you can catch them all in their individual streams. We are still here on sheet B. The first stone from Rochester comes to the 4-foot. And now looking to throw a guard on top of it. As the hit from Roland was unsuccessful. Okay, that second one drifts in there. Chris said, let's try it this way. That's code for please don't miss this way. Roland GBDH. Control on it right away. Got a real shot, the double takeout. Gotta hurry. Many Beers O'Donnell. It's lined up good here and get the one. Oh, you stuffed it. Had to stay on it a little bit more. Little bit of a brushing error there. But the shot was surely made. It does leave Broomstones sitting one half buried. Well executed shot there by Rochester. Leaves them sitting two buried. Now Jim Fannon's going to try to throw the short run double here. That's not too bad. Going to get one. Oh, and just tick the second one. Just another slight brushing error. Chris owns it. So Rochester still with that one on the button, and they're going to look to guard that. That's heavy and narrow. As much as Brian puts his broom there saying it's where he wants it to stop, it's not going to stop there. And that is swept back. Likely still second shot stone. We're getting some communication from the warm room. But just gonna have Jimmy pick this off. Chris is perfectly fine being forced and taking a single here and just eliminating another end. His dream scenario would be to take a deuce or even blanket. Here's Jimmy Fannin, and he shoved that one wide. So that first cup of coffee might be wearing off. They might have to get a little bit deeper into the Miller Lite. They're going to try to throw that guard again. Looking for about 4 feet of curl here for vice skip Mark Strasner. Jimmy not happy with himself after that miss. He's going to look to make it up. He's going to get an opportunity because this is going to slide a little deep. Okay, Many Beers is going to take a run at this. Try to pick up the pieces that Jimmy left there. That one also appears to be wide. Now it's a lot less weight, so it's going to curl up. And this shot's going to get one. Stuff the other one. Leaves Bucks setting second shot, though, so it does improve the situation for Bucks County. Rochester's still in a very good position to steal here. So calling for a guard or possibly top 8-foot shot. I would really like to corner freeze right now to the red Buckstone. I think that would be a great outcome because you could use that later and maybe generate a big steal. Now, this is down the exact same line that a few have went down, so this is gonna skid on him and carry him. Trying to hold the line. All right, it's right on down there. So good shot by Mark. And now the opposite, Mark's going to try to make a better one. There's O'Donnell, and they're on it right off the get-go. Jimmy and Roland trying to make a good one here. Got to get past the top. Oh, and you're going to wreck. Oh, darn it, I heard. That's what we heard, guys. Okay, it's going to be the first time for the first skip rock for Rochester. They're sitting 2, possibly 3, so they're going to guard these top 2. And then work from there. But they're certainly in business for sure. Taking a little bit more ice for himself than he gave to Mark. Don't know if he's just correcting the line call or maybe he knows that he has a little bit of a different release. The amount of rotation you put on a stone will greatly affect the amount of curl one gets. They say the weight's fine. Well, it's going to be down to the pile, it looks like. Don't know if they want to come that deep. Now, how do the angles set? That's really... Okay. Chris has got to make 2 of these go. If you came into it from the center out, you might be able to make all 3 go. But if you hit nose on the one that's just on the top of the button, the 2 go for sure. And the shooter's going to hang around and probably set up another shot after that. So you want to look at what you're leaving for your opponent. It's not what you make, it's what you leave. So Chris Mahoney trying to salvage this end and turn it into an acceptable outcome. And they got to be on this one. It's tight. Jimmy and Roland trying to hold it. They're on down to it. They get 1 going. The second one's just going to skitter back. At least Buck's hitting shot. Rochester's hitting 2, 3, and possibly 4. So a nose takeout here is really good for Rochester because it won't allow a hit back to score. It will require some sort of roll from Mahoney. All right. Brian Root with his last here in the 5th. Trying to get to the rock, trying to get to it. Where's the shooter go? The shooter rolls to be shot. So it's Rochester sitting a minimum of 3. Pressure shot from Mahoney here. He has the hit and stick for 1. He has a draw to the 4-foot for 1. Whatever you're feeling more comfortable with, you really do need to make 1 of them, though. He's going to hit and stick. Makes a lot of sense. They've seen this line an awful lot. I'd err a little bit on the narrow side because you have all those blue catchers if you're to roll. And you got Jimmy there to manage it. Okay, control weight's called. And needs to curl up. That needs to curl up and needs to stick around. It hits and it spins out. Okay, so that's a steal of 2 at least. 2 for sure. Now they're going to take a look at the 3rd one. Well, they know. Only we don't know. So the game just got a lot more interesting. And here goes the score goes up. And what does the survey say? Survey says it's 3. So it's a steal of 3 for Rochester, 6-4 after 5 ends. Emily Pinelli stole 3 over on sheet D. It's 7-4. Looks like Alex Leichter's, well, actually might not be forced here. Good chances to draw for 1 for Alex Leichter here, electing a, no, he's going to throw the double. Draw for 1 or a triple for 4. I think it makes 4, Joe. All right, and that's coming. Those rocks are coming right now.
Yeah, I just followed Jimmy's lead. Jimmy. He's taking over.
All right, we're back here for the sixth end. That timeout was brought to you by Dow Scrubbing Bubbles. It's 6-4. in favor of Bucks. Bucks has the hammer. They're throwing the red rocks, and they have the last stone advantage here in the sixth end. And looking to pick off the Rochester stone is Jim Fannin, and that's another one he just dumped a little bit wide. Alex Lecter got a single point over there on sheet C. Let us all down and through the very sensible control weight shot for one, rather than the fancy schmancy double, triple for four. Steal one for Bucks County. So it's a 3-point advantage for Janice Langenke. They're playing the sixth end with hammer. And back here, Mark is asking his vice to remove the red Bucks rock. And he's going to skid her underneath, half under the corner guard. That brings us to the first rock for Many Beers O'Donnell. Control weight, this one looks like it's gonna head dead nose. Gets a little rollover. So, back joining us this morning is Andrew Pearson and his tapeworm. Good morning. Good morning to your tapeworm too. All right, you heard a little bit of the chatter there. Chris wanted to split the house under cover, whereas Mark prefers going after the blue rock because it gives him a little bit more room to work with. He did leave this one a little bit wide, so now they're going to look for a alternative plan here. And that's going to give this one a little tap and let it reach around under cover. So it's the same job accomplished, really. Bucks sitting two. Just a different way to get there. In terms of time right now, we are playing on a 95-minute clock. We have 5 minutes and 45 seconds here. So all these games will have to have completed the sixth end of play. Now, Sheet D has already completed the sixth end. They're conducting a measure, but according to both our rules and the general rules of curling, once all the stones come to, well, we're playing once all the stones are delivered. So all the stones of the sixth end have to be delivered by the timer going out for you to get 8. So they're measuring on C. They're entitled to 8 ends. So yeah, D's going to make 8 ends. C likely will. They have 5 minutes left to throw 4 more rocks. Here our feature game is on skip rocks with 4 minutes and 50 seconds left, so I fully anticipate them to make it. Now here they're trying to make the slash double. Oh, you had to stay on it. At least Buck's sitting 1 underneath of various staggered cover here. They're in the same situation here. I'll see if we can pick up a little bit of the conversation. What I find kind of humorous here is Mark is now advocating for the shot that he refused to throw himself. He said, "This is the better shot, buddy. I can't make it, but you can." And right behind me is a man who definitely his first choice would always be to throw the draw. And it is the draw that's called for. I think he's turned back and say, "Yeah, I didn't want to throw, but he can." Oh, man. They always say you want to be a fly in the wall. I don't want to be a fly in the ice because it means I'd be dead. So here's Chris Mahoney with his first skip stone. He's looking to throw the draw under cover and split the house and sit 2. T is the call. It's all about the weight here. You just need to be shot, and you are. A little deeper than Chris would have liked. It's going to give Rochester a chance to freeze their way out of this if they want to. That's probably where I'd go. You got a really crazy run back cross house double, which is virtually impossible. About all I could do is draw that with the telestrator. I would never even attempt to throw it. So Brian going with the sensible call here, and he's going to draw down to the stone that Chris Mahoney just threw. Asking for less ice. That's good. Now he's asking for only about 3 feet of ice. I think that's not really enough. And he looks to be a little bit narrow off of his hand. And it's up a little, so we'll see. This whole combination of things might make it work, actually. And here with his first beer of the morning, first of the day, is Elevator Chris. He's one of you people. You have to know the whole story. Before you send your mail, please ask me about Don't send the mail yet. Okay, so that didn't freeze. It removed the 1 stone. It leaves Chris a hit for 2. This stone has 31.0 seconds to get delivered. And it certainly did, so line's pretty close. Waiting for it to curl. Still waiting for it to curl. It's going to get the 1, and it's going to stick around, so that's a score of 2 for Bucks County. That makes it 8-4. after 6 ends of play. So 3 of our 4 games are eligible for all 8 ends. The only game that did not make the time clock is our game on sheet A. Asking Roll to throw it right on into the house. Team Pinelli's got their legs under them. Emily rattled off another steal too. Now firmly in command over Plainfield there by a score of 9-4. Still a hotly contested affair on sheet C for those of you watching over there. Another single point, so it's 4-3 in favor of Brimstones. On sheet A was another steal for Bucks County. So that game is tightened up playing their final end now. Ooh, that takeout attempt just skittered past. Looking to put another one in. Right now, if you're Bucks, everything is either in or through. You don't want guards. Guards are not your friends. Throwing the takeout here when you really need another guard if you're going to try to get into this, but it's possible that they kind of see the writing on the wall. That hit's made, rolls off to the wings, and going to ask Jimmy to make a hit here. Now, Jimmy needs to make this to feel a little better. He's missed his last 3 hits in a row. And this one is made, so that's going to hit, and it's going to roll right on into the 4-foot. Nicely thrown by Jim Fannin. And Rochester's just going to trade a hit here. On this one right off the get-go, looking just a touch narrow. Got to hurry to get it there. And it's going to be right on the nose and well thrown. Now Jimmy's going to try to return the favor. And this one's well made by Jimmy. Right in front of their own stone, so provides a modicum of protection. Now they're going to look to use that pair of stones as a little pocket to nestle into to try to build something up. Unfortunately, it's going to end up being a little bit light and serve as a guard for Bucks now. And over curls, actually. So it's not doing much of anything. So they're just going to throw another one into the pile here. That one looks just a touch heavy. If it's deep, they want it through. They want nothing that's freezable. So that will carry its way through the house. And out of play. Now here's Mark Strasner. He's going to look to cozy one on in there. This is really good if they get it there. Really good if they get it there. That's not too bad. That's a good shot. It's Buck's hitting shot. Rochester second. Rochester with hammer. This guy's smart to throw a guard here. Up by this many, you could also make a case for just making rocks go away, but I think this might be a higher percentage shot. Now the weight is guardish. It needs to get a little bit more curly in a hurry, though. It's curling over nice. Are they going to get it far enough over? I think they did. So that's an adequate shot. Now they're going to look to draw under here. And we do have handshakes on sheet D. It's a win for Team Pinelli from Philadelphia. Congratulations to Emily and her squad. And they will move on in the event. Emily being the defending champion of this event. Although the last time it was contested was before the world came to an end. Jim Fannin has ordered some refreshment. Going to get the finest water that the Miller Coors company can offer. Situation unchanged from the last time, basically. Still Buck sitting one. Here's Chris Mahoney with his first. Nice shot over on save. You want to catch the conclusion of a tight game. Mark Zakin giving Alex Leichter all they can handle. Chris is talking to the stone. Jimmy is ready to sweep. Roland is adjacent, providing emotional support. So Roland's the emotional support sweeper here. They're trying to figure out their best solution here. And talk about trying to figure out solutions. Michelle Sheffer's trying to find a way to steal two on sheet A, and right now it looks like she might find a way to do it. But with these games finishing up, my ice duties are going to be calling shortly. For us to flip and turn the ice for the 11 a.m. draw. I'll take you through the conclusion of this end. Brian's trying to get through the hole and kind of shimmy and shuffle him a little bit. This one's light of everything. Not going to help out too much. Over on sheet A, Michelle Sheffer is sitting at two. She needs to tie. She can guard that up. She can go to skip rocks. So it looks like that's going to be her priority number one. And then if she can find a way to shimmy a third one in, go for it. But it's tough to steal one, let alone steal two. So pretty well thrown guard by Michelle. Got a nice little kiss. All right. Chris is going to look to muck up the works here. It's a blanket on sheet C, so coming home with the hammer. Up one will be Alex Leichter. He would expect to win that about 90% of the time. And the guard there from Chris Mahoney looks pretty good. And Brian's got very little to look at here. first stone for Janice Lang Yankee. She's looking to raise her own red rock up and or open the draw path. Ooh, it looks like that raise came up just a skosh short. It's still Buck sitting 2 over there. You can switch over to sheet A on your live streams to catch that. That's going to be a very close finish. Going to be another guard attempt here by Michelle. Michelle needs to guard against. She actually needs to guard against the takeout right now because there's a way in there. And it looks like over here on sheet C, Brian is forced to a draw to the 4-foot. Around the outside, around the outside, around the outside. This has got a long way to go. It's going to come up a little bit short of the house. It just wicked off that guard. The weight was pretty close. Steal 1 for Bucks County. And that's going to put them up by a substantial amount, up 5 coming home. And I will leave you guys with the live stream. And that does do it. That's handshakes. Congratulations to Team Mahoney. Chris Mahoney, Mark O'Donnell, Jim Fanny, and Roland and Garrettson Vanderhoop will move on in the A event. A very pleasant good morning, boys and girls, children of all ages, and welcome back to the Bucks County Curling Club. Where we are watching this A-event game between Bucks County Curling Club and Christy Kirchner versus Aaron McManus in the rink from Pittsburgh. Greetings to all of you watching out there on the interwebs. It was a single point for Pittsburgh in the first end, and they do lie one here. The Pittsburgh squad representing the 412 area code is skipped by Aaron McManus. The vice skip is Amanda Marchitelli. Megan Wolfson is the second, and Kim Giles is the lead. Just picking up the action here, it looks like Amanda is throwing the fourth rocks with Aaron calling the game. So here's the first rock for the fourth. This one's a little bit heavy from Amanda. And skipping the team for Bucks County is Christy Kirchner. Her vice skip is Nancy Gerritsen Vanderhoop. The second is Pat O'Donnell. And the lead is Sue Gantz. I am Dave Schmel. I'm happy to bring you the action. And you can feel free to chime in the chat. I'll answer any questions you may have. This rocket's on its way. It needs to curl up some. This is the patented voodoo by Pat O'Donnell. Usually works pretty well. And it did. It leaves Bucks County sitting 3. So it's a bit of a pickle here right now for Pittsburgh. I think your ideal shot would be to hit the shot stone, and if you could ever kind of skitter on over to those two red rocks or in front of them would be good. That's kind of the call. So if you hit it thick, you're going to play the hit and roll in front. If you hit it skinny, you're going to kind of redirect into it. So either way, there's quite a few ways to make this shot, but not necessarily easy. Here's Amanda with the final stone for Pittsburgh, and number 2. That is coming down with a good amount of weight. It's all about the line now, and they're on it. They're off it. Looks pretty good. It's going to roll right in front and, ooh, just off. So it sits second shot. Bucks County sitting 1. They have a shot for 3. The guard for Pittsburgh, the Buckstone is extremely high over the hog line. You can certainly get there with down weight with the curl we see here. I think Christy wants to go for the big score, just trying to figure out how she wants to do it. Nancy, veteran curler, advises for back line weight. I think that's a reasonable way to go here. I'm torn here between my home club and my adopted home club of Yinzers. So I'm just rooting for good shots here. This one has plenty of room to work. All right, line looks pretty good. It looks good to get one. Now here it comes over. Just need to push that blue stone back about 10 inches. And didn't quite get that, so it's going to be 2 for Bucks. Scored 2-1 after 2 ends of play. Over on sheet A, we have some more 2-1-5 versus 4-1-2 action. So we have the law offices of Dunham and Dunham versus Steve Buffington. Scott Dunham took 3 in the first end. Marie, I know how to eat enough pierogi to be a Yinzer, so. I'm proud to be adopted by you guys in the west side of our state. All I need now is a burner phone on a 412 area code. So here we go with Eric Sheets. Eric Sheets throwing third for Scott Dunham. That's over there on A. You can catch the action up over on for each of our channels. Hey, let's see here. Over on sheet C, we have Monica Walker versus Amanda Brockman. So Brimstones versus Bucks. Over on D, we have a very lively game thus far between Triangle and Plainfield. So all those are up there for your enjoyment on our channel. 4 separate live streams going. But we are focused on the ladies of the Keystone State. And that's going to be a nibbler there for Pittsburgh. Good morning, Dusty. Happy to see you there. Dusty, right now out here at Bucks County, it is mostly cloudy, 72 degrees, but that also means it's partly sunny. I'm willing to take full credit for the partly sunny part. Asking Sue to draw under here. Sue was a member of the winning GNCC Kaiser rank for this year, holding the championship with her teammates, the Fannons. So now with the staggered racks, they're going to look to have Megan shimmy one in there. It shimmies past nicely. Now is it going to come to a rest? And it is at rest in the back 8. So number 3.14 for on your lineup for Pittsburgh. Threw it probably about 6.28 feet behind the button. Overall, might be a 3. Now asking Pat O'Donnell to draw down to it. This will be a great stone for Pat if she can make it. Got to go for the line. The line's not there, so it's going to wreck off the guard. Raise the stone in. Now it's Bucks sitting 1, Pittsburgh sitting 2-3. Aaron asking Megan for the draw here. That skitter's a little bit deep. Oh, it's a Mid-Atlantic with Christie. I'm sorry about that. Thank you for fixing that, Pat. I confused my ladies. I am, well, I'm eternally in trouble anyway, so why change anything now? To win the Mid-Atlantic, that's really cool too, for sure. I can safely say there's no less than 10 ladies on the ice right now who I would fear being on the wrong side of. A little bit heavy for Pat. Sorry, Pittsburgh there. Now Nancy's looking to nestle one in. That looks a little wide. Weight's pretty good though. So it's going to sit to be shot. Bucks hitting 1 and 2 now. So Aaron and Amanda trying to figure out the best strategy to move forward here. They're looking at 2 counting rocks for their opposition and not really a clear path in. The draw from the side that they're standing on is certainly there to get into the button. Plenty of room to get past the high guard and still curl into the forefoot. They're electing to play the other side of the ice. And we're in double-digit viewers. Make sure we hit those Nielsen rankings, folks. This has got to hustle. rate just a skosh light, and that's not going to help out the situation for Aaron. Now, Christie, seeing that draw is there, is going to ask Nancy to throw it first. This is really close. The weight's good, but it's going to be on the guard. So that does expose the second shot rock and leaves a steep double available to sit too. Let's see what Aaron and Amanda have cooked up here. They're going to throw the cozy little shot down to the one in the top of the 8 and get a roll. Amanda on the line call. Looks real good if they can get there and hold the line. Got to hold the line. Okay, so it's 1 for Bucks, 2-3 for Pittsburgh. Some interesting angles and dangles here. Christie's first instinct was to hit the stone just thrown, but Nancy's making sure she's aware of all the options. I think plugging the draw path is not bad. If you make this shot right, you'll accomplish that. Gotta be careful. I think you want to make sure that you're following that hypocritical oath there and do no harm. That's got a curl. Ooh, okay. So very interesting. It's Pittsburgh sitting 2-3 right now. Still shot stone for Bucks County. You have the draw all the way around the outside, around the outside, around the outside for one. Or, alternatively for a deuce, you can run the stone that was just thrown by Christie and slash off both reds. I think at least Amanda's suggesting a possibility of that. Or you can do about the 20-foot run back on the blue. Or the final option, and I believe the final answer, is to draw down the shot stone. This is going to be way out in Djibouti. We'll see what we got in the stopwatch here. So Amanda with the draw on the way. It's got room, The line's not bad for the draw. It's actually pretty darn good. I'd like the line. It's all about the weight. This is 13-5. Oh, that was a good effort indeed. And I don't think Christie can afford to ignore that rack because it's still in front of the shot stone. Oh, God, Eileen, I'm so sorry. See, I'm in trouble. I'm always in trouble. I apologize. So Christie put the guard up. You know what? Now, if I'm Amanda's going to try to throw a draw here for the to the 4 foot. I love that call. The spectator in me would love to see her try to throw the slash for. My God, that's a slash for 5 right now. I think might even be 6. Mark the tape here. Okay, something's going to happen here. We wick. We whack. Oh, and we walked that one on in for a steal of 2. So that makes it 4-1 in favor of Bucks County after 3 ends of play. Well, quick score update around the barn. It's 5-0 in favor of Team Dunham. Pittsburgh with hammer now in the 4th end. It's 3-0 in favor of Broomstones and Monica Walker. After 2, it does look like Bucks scored something in the 3rd. And it is a dogfight over on sheet D. They're trading single points right now, and they're in the 4th end. Currently, it's Triangle that's on top of the seesaw. Or would it be the bottom of the seesaw? So if you're going back and forth, the team that just scored and has like the lead by 1, are they the top or the bottom of the seesaw? Discuss. All right, the first down in the house. Second stone's going to draw underneath. For Kim there. Now here's Susan, who is going to throw this rock. It's going to find its way around her first one and right on to the top of the pin there, so nice shot there. Double takeout available if Aaron wants it. They're getting ready to serve lunch here at the Bucks County Curling Club. It's going to be taco afternoon. Just lost the line on this one. Two options for Christy to call here. She elects for the guard from Pat O'Donnell. Christy, a former board member of the club. Pat, a current board member. This one's just a skosh wide to start, probably a tad. Ends up just being a very long corner guard. So opportunity growing here for Pittsburgh, and if they could punch this one through the hole, they'll be sitting quite a few in the house. They'd love to come down with a nice gentle weight. Problem is the hit and roll wants to jam. They are being encouraged to sweep hard. They're by, and they will sneak it by. That is a well-thrown stone. Leads Pittsburgh sitting 4. So right now the danger Will Robinson signs are coming on for Christie. She's going to look to populate the neighborhood with some Red Rocks. Here's Nancy trying to will it over. Now it takes a break. It's going to make the hit. Now where's it going to roll to? It's going to hit. It's going to roll across the house. And, oh, just below the Pittsburgh stone. So still Pittsburgh sitting 3. Erin's going to throw her first of 2. They're looking to just nibble the 8-foot, but the line's more important than the weight here. You gotta get across the hog line, ladies. Gotta get it over. Gotta get it over. Okay, you drug it there. But it's a long, long way to Tipperary from there. I need a 5-letter word for a fondue cheese. So here's Erin with her second. She's going to try to cover up the other side of the house. Wouldn't mind coming in and sitting a 4th stone, but more importantly wants to protect her ability to score multiple points. And that is going to be online and sitting on the 4-foot. Now, there's 1 shot and 1 shot only for, well, okay, I'll take that back. There's 2 shots for Christie. She's going to throw the double here. I'd probably draw down on what was just thrown, but this is the shot Christie feels comfortable with. That is nicely made by Christie. And it is now Bucks sitting 1. Nancy called that line beautifully. Came off of that stone and skittered and shimmied its way right on into being shot. So I'm going to say this is a key shot of the game coming up right now. Our key shot is sponsored by Schlager. Actually, it's not, but it could be sponsored by you if you want to. Send that check to 1185 York Road, Ring 2, Warminster, PA. 18974. And that flashed, unfortunately. Lunch is served here at the Bucks County Curling Club, and the people quietly rejoiced. Hooray. It's going to be taco day here, and it's going to be the start of something explosive. So now we have Christie trying to close up access from the other side. And she has effectively shut the door for that turn. So the draw for one is there for Pittsburgh, but Aaron and Amanda are trying to find some way that they can make another one of those count. I mean, I do certainly think that you get there with hack weight and score 3. I don't think you can get there with enough weight to score 4, but I do think you can score 3. Has to be a lot of ice for that. This is a shot that kind of looks daunting from the from the hack. Actually might look a little bit easier from the hack. Because that's an extremely, extremely long guard. Oh. Okay, Amanda doesn't like the way it looks to the hack. And instead, this is a pretty high degree of difficulty shot, about a 25-foot raise. Tell you what, though, the line looks pretty close. It's got to curl some. Got to go, ladies, come on. And that was just over curl to touch. Still one for Bucks County. Halfway through this affair, it's 5-1. Triangle broke through with a steal of 2 to take a 4-1 lead after 4 in their game. Was a score for Monica Walker, so they're up minimum 4-1 halfway through there. Pittsburgh's on the board on sheet A. I Didn't see how many, but Scott Dunham has the hammer, which means Steve Buffington did indeed score. Back here on our featured sheet B, it's 5-1 in favor of Bucks County. And Kim Giles with her first of two. That one finds its way to the back of the house. Marie, I never said that sweep goal was easy. I just would have liked to have seen him throw the other shot on the other side, that's all. I certainly think it was there. And probably a lot easier than what they ended up attempting. That draw comes down in front of the Bucks County rack. So now with the offset racks there, going to ask Pat O'Donnell to stick one underneath. Thank you, Roland. Roland did the beverage delivery service here. Rock from Pat O'Donnell is a center guard. Now being the sixth rock of the end, we can remove that. And Megan being asked to do just that. And it got peeled but not removed. Deflecting off the one guard there, so we're actually kind of Christmas treed now. Gonna see if Pat can walk one back there now. And holy Toledo, Ohio, that was a four-banger for Monica Walker over on C. It's 7-1. That is a nicely thrown rock by Pat. Gonna be happy with that. So now you're going to get to see how much fun you can have on the ice here at Bucks. Asking to draw behind a rock on the 4-foot and still be in front of the tee line, and I'm telling you guys, this is actually possible. Everything's got to be right, but it's possible. It's going to be just a hair outside of the target, though. Go see if we can get Nancy to guard it up, I think is the call. Whew, wow, look at that one snap. That is moving straight sideways. Now Healthside ran out of handle. But that's sitting 3 for Bucks right now, and things are looking sunnier in Philadelphia than they are in Pittsburgh right now, unfortunately for Team McManus. My standing joke, it's always sunny in Philadelphia, it's always raining in Pittsburgh. And of course, Dusty, our resident meteorologist, offered to tell me, explain the exact weather-like reason for that. I can't say meteorology. There we go. I just said that there it is. I know it's a whole thing with the mountains and all that jazz. So that massages things a little bit and removes one of the Buck stones. It's still 2 for red right now. Gonna ask Nancy to put a guard back there. Or just throw one in. Throwing one in be a nice shot as well. They're dusting. This is a skosh on the heavy side. And it comes right to the back of the button. So now the call for Aaron McManus is to nestle right on down there. Actually, a great combination of curlers for the Pittsburgh squad here, because Aaron and Amanda are both very good skips in their own right. So them throwing in, they can throw in whatever order, and whoever could be standing in the house, and they're going to feel perfectly on the same wavelength. This one needs to hustle for line. Did not take quite as much broom as the Bucks curlers were. And well, that's so great. It's actually raining in Pittsburgh now. I'm sorry it's raining, Marie. But it's always raining in Pittsburgh, and it's always sunny in Philadelphia. So Christie trying to tighten the screws here a little bit. Looks like right now through the Allegheny County area you have scattered showers. The primary front is moving across down from Erie, but that should end up settling with the heaviest rain expected in Altoona and State College over the next few hours. That's your AccuSmell forecast. Looks like it should clear up in the next hour and a half in the Allegheny County. Only scattered showers out there. Now here's Amanda with her first. Dusty, I used to give the forecast when I was a anchor in my high school news station. I went into the vapor maps and everything, you know, I actually took it halfway seriously. Everybody wants to know if number 333 was going to be called on KYW News Radio. That was my alma mater, LaSalle College High School. So it's Pittsburgh sitting 3-4. Christie trying to bury one underneath this whole stagger here. Be really tough for Pittsburgh to get rid of it. Oy. I'm curious, Dusty, as to whether you agree with my assessment, taking a quick look at the radar there. The neat thing about being in Warminster is you can actually, all of our local radars are actually here in Warminster. We are the highest local geographical point to Philadelphia, so two of the major radars are right here. Okay, so Amanda going to tippy tap to try to score one. There's a tippy and there's a tap, and it's just a bit short. It's a fine effort, just need a little bit more mustard. That's one of Heinz's 57 varieties. Unfortunately, that was the plain yellow when we needed the spicy. Over on sheet A, good news for the Yinzers. Papa Bear Buffington's got a steal. It's 5-2 now after 5 against Dunham and Dunham. Single point over on D. That remains a tight game with Triangle having a 2-point lead now with Hammer in the 6th. And it was a single point for Bucks County. Staying in the game against Monica Walker. They trail 7-2 after 5, now playing the 6th. And we're going to have a free guard violation over there, but that's not the game you're watching. You're watching well, there we go, Dusty. I'm happy I still got a little bit. I didn't look that far back, but yeah, that stuff over Detroit might make its way down. Probably pick up a little bit of energy coming over the lake. Cleveland's going to be rainy for darn sure. Oh yeah, where you're at, Dusty. Wow, batting down the hatches. There's some red crap coming at the headwaters of the Allegheny. Okay, Dusty, that's a step too big for me. You can go chase a tornado. Good for you. Watching water spouts off the observation lounge of a cruise ship. That's about as close as I need to get to severe weather. Intentionally. So we got a shot for Bucks County in the back four. A slightly offset guard of it. And that one down the top eight. I probably would, Dusty. I admit I probably would enjoy storm chasing. Just like I'm a little bit of a foamer. I work for a railroad too. I got plenty of sufficiently geeky things that I do. I do draw the line of geeky board games, but this is a nice double takeout thrown. Very nice indeed. Removes both counting racks and the one in the back too. I see daylight there. That could probably go away. They're leaving it there. We have a scrape coming up after this. With our next draw following up at 1:45. Ooh. Just flashes by for Pat O'Donnell. So a couple different shots here. Aaron looking at the merits of drawing one under cover. Other thing you can do is kind of tap up your own and guard your own shot rock, but the draw is a better play to score two. Four fives the call. Looks like at least that much. It's really going to be all about the line. It has weight for days. Trying to use their Zen powers to stop it. And that one slid right through the house like it was going down the Duquesne incline. So now asking Nancy to rid of this meddlesome rock, and it will remain meddlesome, but good news, the tripping hazard is gone. So now Aaron's going to try and make that draw. Over on sheet A, it looks like Scott Dunham might have a free draw for two. He's going to take one for sure. That might be a biter. And if it is two, that's probably going to be all she wrote over there. But it looks like Aaron's going to draw under cover, get it fully buried. And I hope she has a permit for that one because it's a pistol. Now they're going to go after the easier rock here with Nancy's stone. I would fully endorse that. A hit and stick. So they could trade hits. You do risk setting up an angle for a slash double. You could also draw down again. I think the draw down to the one you just threw is your best route to try to get three. Electing to throw the hit here. Got to make sure you stick around. That's for darn sure. This is coming over to ice. Amanda on the line call. It's going to pop and flop over a little bit now. That does leave the slash there. And Christie wastes no time. That's what she wants. Nancy just verifying the angle here. This is not a shot you want to leave for Christie because this is right in her wheelhouse. First skip rock for Christie Kirchner. That's really close. They're off and on. They're off and on. Line's going to be really, really close on this. Going to get the one. It's going to stuff. So only removes the one. Now, I really love drawing down on top of the blue rock, but they're going to resplit the house here. I just feel like you need to score 3 here. You have an opportunity to really narrow the gap, and not the difference between being down 2 and being down 3 with 2 ends to play is pretty significant. First skip rock for Amanda Marchitelli. Light handle. A dead handle. That's probably going to help it hang around. Now it kind of knuckles back a little bit. I think Christie just takes one of them out and concedes 2 here. Plenty of time on the clock, Pat. We got 4 minutes and 13 seconds and just 2 rocks left to deliver, so they're going to have no problem making time in this sheet. There's the hit. Rolls to be second shot, so you have a draw to full 8 for Amanda to score 2. You could draw down on the stone that Christie just threw for backing, or you can use your own. They're both fine. All right, final shot on the way for Amanda. Got to be there. Got to be past the guard. Going to use the backing. The backing's not a problem, and that's well made. Not a problem. Score 2 for Amanda in Pittsburgh. 6-3 after 6. All 8 ends available for that squad. All of our games are going to be eligible for 8 ends. So we have Pittsburgh trailing by 3. 2 ends to play. Gonna need to throw some guards. And here's the first guard by Kim Giles. It's up. First shot here for Susan. Coming around the guard. And it's going to just tickle the 8-foot. Playfully. I like throwing another guard here. You need rocks in play. Lots of rocks in play are going to help you if you're Pittsburgh right now. So that comes down to essentially corner freeze onto shot stone.
We just kept on drinking. Absolutely.
Gonna ask Susan to throw and draw a second one in. That's a good call. Ooh, over on sheet D, we opened it up some. A big old score from Triangle has turned that into a 7-2 game after 6. So Plainfield's going to have to do some creative accounting in order to turn things around there. But they are from Jersey, so they're landed creative accounting. If you've ever seen one of the tax bills there, you'd say they definitely have to have imagination to make a bill that high. So Megan Wolfson, that one's got just a little bit too much mayonnaise on it. And it slathers its way through to the barn. So going to ask Pat to throw the guard, or the top four is okay. That's an effective guard thrown. They're not really keyed up to double, but hitting the blue right now is not bad. It's going to help you out if you're Pittsburgh. Although I'd probably draw around the left side as we're looking at it, because the rocks in play are your friend right now. This one's going to catch just the edge. And rolls the Bucks County's down to just the side of the button. So Chris Gass draw. Yeah, I thought she'd change that shot. Now she's going to ask Pat to throw the shot I had suggested previously. So we'll see if it's there or not. And here it comes over. The weight's good. Now they cleared that guard by a good 1.5 feet. And they got all the way to the edge of the button. So the draw to the pin was certainly available. And that really shuts it up for the ladies from Pittsburgh. I'm going to leave you guys on this game. The ice is holding up a little flag to me saying, scrape me, scrape me. So I'm going to prepare to do that, and I will catch you guys in the flip. Thank you so much for tuning in. And please stick with us for the rest of the weekend. Our next draw is going to be at 1:45 p.m. We're going to try to make some Yinzer magic here. Let's see if Amanda can squeeze something in here. Amanda's going to ask Aaron to promote this blue up. This is doable. There's a whole little catcher's mitt back there. You could write Spalding on that catcher's mitt. Wade's really good for it. Now they got to skid it out. They got to go hard for the line. Okay, now you might be able to go plan B. Get off of it. Oh. All right, well, it does open things up. And now we're just going to make the bad rocks go away. Without guards, it's going to be very difficult for the ladies from Pittsburgh to generate a steal. They're going to be forced to throw a freeze next. And likely have to throw 3 really damn good freezes in a row. Nancy peels that off. Leads Buck sitting 3. All right, this shot here, you got to build something, and you're going to have to use those rocks in place. So you're going to have to weld on. I don't think the hitting is the answer here. I think the answer starts with a D and ends with raw. This guy hit the top one and lose the shooter. And Christie's just going to ask Nancy to draw a top 4 and shut all that down. The line's beautiful. It's all about the weight right now. This is a beautiful looking stone from Nancy. That closes up just about everything now. Best shot for Pittsburgh is to come around the left side as you're looking at it. I hope they look that way, because that's where the shot is. Gonna need to be on the other side. Other side. We saw Pat O'Donnell throw the draw around the left side as we were looking at it. And it was clearly there. And this one is a little saucy. And through the house it goes. Chrissy's going to lay another one in there. It is going to leave the draw. The opposite handle still there. It is still there for Amanda to throw. But it's going to still be there, regardless of what this rock does. 100% still there. Just need to look at the other side of the sheet. And that's going to be a concession and a victory for Team Bucks County. Congratulations to Christy Kircher, Nancy Garrettson, Vanderhoop, Pat O'Donnell, and Susan Gantz. They will move on to the A event. A good game by the Yinzers with Aaron, Amanda, Megan, and Kim. They will fall to the C and have their next game. And that's all she wrote. So from the warm room here in Bucks County, Dave Schmel signing off. See you at 1:45 with our next draw. A very good day.